Hello, everybody. Back today for more Rogue Trader. Last time, yes, we were on the one of the void ships that we've found out in space. Managed to board this one, and we've gotten into a couple combats here. Haven't quite made our way back out. Still think we have another fight or two on our hands before we get out of this place. Some kind of weird warp corruption going on here. Must be some kind of Mechanicus ship. We didn't really find information specifically on this ship anywhere as far as I know. Just kind of found it drifting out here. But all the tech priests and servitors seem to be quite insane. Yeah, we just wiped out a full room of them. And we're headed back to the entrance. Boop, 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 boop.
Nothing escapes my sight. The Emperor favors me today.
The veil to the Immaterium is very weak here right now. You can see the souls of the dead kind of wandering around. Oop. I've noticed that Cassia's navigator powers don't seem to be dropping the veil degradation either. So things are definitely screwed up here. Why did it say? Oh, never mind.
We should deal with this.
What's going on here? Alright, are there any enemies out here? Doesn't look like it. Right, we're trying to get into this door here.
Let's proceed.
Alright, there go the traps. Let's see what fresh hell awaits us in here. A formidable-looking door blocks the way into the next module. It's covered with scratches as if someone clawed at the cold metal for a very, very long time. The door does not respond to your touch and stands fast, refusing to open. The writing above the door, or the writing above the doorway, reads "Main Computing Cathedral." We have reactivated the power. And there it is. Hello. A couple of servo skulls just came out, and I guess they're just hanging out there. Magos Tiberius Mala. Hello, people. What are we doing? The air in the room is permeated by a wild mixture of miasmas of both mechanical and biological origin. Blood, rust, vomit, machine oil, excrement, kerosene, all these smells blend together and into such a thick stench that it feels almost palpable. Palpable. Just as the air here is one mad tangle of odors, the device in front of you is a mishmash of wriggling wires and transplanted fragments. In all the clutter, one could almost miss the main component. A heavily augmented man whose upper body is embedded into the frame of the machine, dozens of wires piercing his flesh. A crust of congealed blood and other bodily fluids covers the man's entire body, but his eyes are open and his gaze is keen. This gaze is turned to you, devoid of surprise or deference. Who are you, disturbing the peace of holy martyrs in the home of our grief? What do you want? Oh, we got a lot of options here, huh? Could have Pascal talk to him. Who are you? What happened to your ship? I'm sure Pascal's not going to be pleased about whatever's going on here. Symbols your brethren protect themselves with are symbols of chaos. Well, let's worry about these ones after we find out what's going on here. Who are you? A servant of the Omnissiah, an acolyte of the machine, a prisoner of purgatory, and a keeper of corruption. The man whispers via the implanted vox. Every word or motion causes his crippled body to shudder. Bloody foam glints from the glints from inside the wire-pierced wounds. No, we can't have Pascal talk to him now. What happened to your ship? Ship? There is no ship. There is only purgatory, a world of evil, made to harrow and torture those who follow the Omnissiah. It has already killed many of my brethren, but those who remain are strong, so very strong. We will keep the corruption of the machine at bay. I will hold it back. I have accepted a higher calling, the only one among my brethren to do so. As they keep the evil at bay with prayers and sacred symbols engraved on their traitorous flesh, I take this evil inside myself. I imbibe it as one does water. It can do me no harm, for I am the eye of sanctity. I am the sacred filter, the link that protects other parts of the machine from this caustic taint. And for as long as I remain here, the corruption will not prevail. Pascal, this statement is false. I am registering corruption in this unit identical to that surrounding us. I am registering a violation of the cleansing protocol, which dictates steering the ship into the heart of the nearest star for the purposes of cleansing annihilation. I am registering betrayal of the sacred machine spirits placed in the charge of those weak in faith. Cleansing protocol, which dictates steering the ship into the heart of the nearest star. The man looks at his comrade and replies with a long series of clicks in technolingua. Permission to use the sacred language has been revoked. Impurity will not be permitted to enter the pure speech of Binaric. Your mortal shell will soon exhaust its vital energies. Pray mutely while you still have time. Itera looks the man over with an expression of disgust and fear. I have seen similar symbols, caught a glimpse of them in my dreams, whenever the warp wormed its way into them, whispered about its virulent gifts. I doubt these lunatics were given visions of these runes by their god. What evil are you talking about? The great evil that pervades the universe, tempting with the unattainable, seducing with false knowledge. Evil has many names, but its essence remains the same. It was that evil that trapped us here, but we were stronger. Okay, I guess we have some actions to take now. Dogmatic. There's no fate more honorable than purgation through suffering in the name of faith, but you are deceived, servant of the Omnissiah. Your torment is not holding back the corruption, it is sustaining it. It is not too late to expel this blight. You've been consumed by madness, or worse, chaos sorcery. If you don't come to your senses, your fate is sealed. Snap out of it and speak clearly what happened here. It's a pretty low chance for a very high skill. value, but minus 50. Wake up, all signs are clear as day. You and your brethren have fallen prey to the forces of chaos and you don't even realize it. That's an easy one. I wonder why this one's so hard. Kill the man. I've seen and heard enough. Kill the man. What did you call yourself? A sacred filter? I cannot resist. I'm dying to see what a rupture in the filtration system looks like. Wow. Well... yeah, let's try to open his eyes and say that he's sustaining it rather than fighting it. The man's eyes clear for a moment. They still lack understanding, but there's a hint of surprise. He slowly looks around the room, at the ecstatic priest, at his own mangled body. His vox hisses as if he struggles to say something. Nope. Gains the conviction of faith effect permanently? Grants a 100% critical hit chance until the next critical hit is scored. Okay. Suddenly, the mingled stench in the room is drowned out by the sharp, piercing smell of ozone and grease. You sense that the nauseating atmosphere that prevailed in the room has condensed into a single point of evil in the depths of the ship and is now hurtling towards you. Oh, wonderful. Oh, that's big. Holy cow. It's a 2x2. I guess that's technically the same size as a chaos spawn. Even so, jeez, man. Forge Fiend. What are we dealing with here? Slam. Twin Plasma. Got some AoE damage here. Gains armor equal to its willpower percent deflection equal and deflection equal to its toughness bonus, immunity to perils of the warp, and immunity to toxic damage. That sounds difficult to kill. Deflection 4. Okay. I don't see much for cover in here. To get up on the sides, I guess. Definitely not in the middle of the room. Luckily, it looks like everybody but Pascal gets to go before they do. Do we have any of those? They had those like Vox caster things on the walls that were boosting them in the other battles. I don't think they have them here though. Should take out the Vox skulls though so they don't buff themselves. In the meantime, man, there's really... No, okay, I guess there's a wee bit of cover here. Why can't I... Alright. Idra... Oh, she can't get back there. Well, it's all half cover out here too. Well, it's a good thing we get to go first. We can always try to get into positions. All this stuff in my way. Trying to position these guys here. Abelard. Come on. Come on. Let me... Why? Why? Right there. Thank you. Let's put Cassia right in the middle. Well, not right in the middle, but... Maybe... Dude. Okay. These cables are so in my way. Alright, Vaughn. Bring it down. Usually what we do here. Although, we should be able to do this. Voice of Command Argenta refunds us an action point. And then we can use Cassia.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Wait.
If I may.
Okay. Got rid of the servo skulls right away. Servitors are almost down to half.
You don't frighten me.
Vaughn. Probably take cover. Do voice of command on Pascal. Oh yeah, set up our front line. The back line is really not a great place for this one, but I guess give that to Argenta. And Idra, unfortunately, is... Oh. Yeah, let's do that. Boom. Okay. Use that on Pascal. The ignoring cover and distance won't matter, but it says if they're under the target of voice of command, it ignores dodge, and the damage can't be reduced below 48%, so that should be good. We'll just give Pascal some action here. Ooh, look at that damage. Hot damn. Whoa.
Brace yourself, Avalon.
Okay. Well, that didn't do a huge amount of damage.
Request approved.
Should have done this first. Alright, Argenta. Devastating attack. Yeah, we could do rapid fire. And controlled shot.
I will not.
Rapid fire here. Now. One of those shots even got through and knocked down a servitor. Lucky. We could use this. Gain a bunch of momentum. The max of 200. Gain 10. Plus, I guess 2 more. 12. Let's do it. Oh, okay. Maxed out. Abelard. Not even going to worry about those servitors. Let's do Sworn Enemy. I'll charge in here. Let's move over here and then do follow my lead. Brace for impact.
Indeed.
Boom. Wrecked him. Yeah, I guess we could do
We'll rule the stars themselves.
Daring Breach. Surprisingly quick and easy. Didn't even get through a full round. Pascal did a crap ton of damage with that Thunderhammer, though. The man's mutilated body is racked by wave after wave of convulsions. Evil. That was evil incarnate. Evil. The corruption that watches us day and night. Suddenly, the man raises his head and looks you straight in the eye. You have banished the evil. You tried to warn me, but I was deaf. The ship, Kiava Gamma, It followed us from there. Oh god. Gamma? Is that where your ship is from? Yes. The ship and the planet. The traitors among our brethren, tormented by the sacred mechanisms, letting corruption into their systems. They turned that which is holy into the unholy, and they set these new twisted machines on us, their tech comrades. We managed to flee, but one of the monsters found its way onto the ship. Okay, so Gamma, we just gotta go blow up, right? Because if they're churning out demon engines on our industrial world, that is one of our worlds that we're supposed to go investigate. Probably just gotta blow that thing up. A tear appears in the corner of his eye. He thrashes frantically in the mess of wires piercing his body. We fought. We cut off one module after another, as one cuts away rotting flesh, but it followed. Its invisible influence, the corruption it exuded, it claimed us, one by one. The crew were merely humans of flesh and blood. They were so weak, they succumbed so easily. We could not save them from evil, and so we gave the ship to the darkness among the stars. But the darkness came for us too. In this last module, where we intended to make our last stand, then I sacrificed myself. I became a filter, a stopper against the corruption emanating from the machine. I succumbed. The corruption came for our souls. The corruption of Gamma. Traitors. With the last of his efforts, he rasps, "The fabricator sensor. It all started with him. He was the one who let this taint into our sacred code. He was the one who doomed our brethren. He was the one who spawned these steel monstrosities in the furnace of our own planet." Rip. You shall be avenged. I was part of the great force that drives the universe. I do not fear the cold of death. A wheezing breath escapes the man's chest, then his eyes close. Well, a bit of a preview for what's in store for us when we finally get to Gamma, I guess. It's much worse than I anticipated. The empty shell of a demon engine. It was this creation, a horrifying mix of real space technologies and the deranged powers of the warp, that disrupted the ship's systems and twisted the tech priest's minds. Wonderful. Black chest plates. Diagnoster, 15 Medicae. Okay.
I'll chart a course for you.
Ooh. Headhunter Light Carapace. Light armor 30%. Chance to dodge bonus.
I'll guide your vessel and lead you on your way.
Vaughn, you can come out from behind the barrel, bud.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Well. Glad we found out where this ship was from and what happened. Not so glad that it came from one of our worlds. Let's look at that armor. I think Cassia has something like this. Yeah. Awareness, chance to dodge. 90, yeah, that's perfect. Okay. There a... Yeah, 5% more armor. That looks like a 9% dodge bonus. Puts her up to 104. But there will be things that can reduce for dodge chance, obviously. The Medicae, I really don't. We just don't use Medicae that much. But I suppose we could give it to Argenta. I think we only have 2 that can do it. Alright, we're out of there. And I think that was the last place we had to go here. We did not put extractors down on these worlds. But we've only got 4. And we need at least 2 of those for these. Depending on how much promethium we can get per extractor, we might actually need 2 extractors for this. Alright, let's check our sector map here. Figure out where we're going next. So we've been to Sato's tomb. And we're here now. We don't have any warp routes to these places. Can only go back to Farabundus. You know, there was something we actually needed here. We have to go talk to the Explorator representative back on Footfall, because we completed a mission for him. Actually, I think it was one of those contracts. Oh no, it was, we had to explore a certain number of planets, I think. So, we need to go back here anyways. Let's just take a quick stop back here. Yeah, we still have 3 quests in the Shadow Quarters, but we'll return to that another time. Yeah, here we go. He's right next to where we dock, so he'll be right there. Hopefully that'll give us some reputation. I don't think we've really gained reputation with any factions yet. So that would be nice. I'm hoping we do some more space combat. We've only done 2 so far, but I've actually enjoyed them quite a bit. They've been very short, and not too difficult, but I'd like to do more of that. Alright, he's right here. Hello. I've collected planetary data that may interest you. With a respectful nod, the deck priest takes the data slate. The collected data is of interest, significant, compliant with the criteria for cooperation. The Cognizance Fleet thanks you for your contribution and guarantees the provision of a reciprocal service indulgence in the form of parts and equipment. 1 profit factor gained. Reporting, the Kappa Thread supply line is ready to continue cooperation with the Von Valentius dynasty in the sphere of planetary reconnaissance. I seek to make No, we've already said all of these, right? Yeah. Reputation. Oh, here? Oh, okay. I was just about to mention that I still didn't understand how we trade our cargo, but it looks like it's here in this reputation tab. Okay, so show tradable. Oh wow, not select tradable. Just I just want to show them. Oh, this is what I really want here. Hide untradable. So we need 1500 for the next rank. Just try to get there, I guess. We'll give them all their Mechanicus creations. Would like to filter this. Why? I don't really understand how this is sorting. Oh. Oh, now it's working. They had there was a ranged weaponry in the middle of armor. That didn't make sense. Okay. Oh, no, now it's... Oh, wait. No, I'm confused. Why is there Void Pirate Trophy in the middle of jewelry and holy gifts? Oh, and now this is in order. I don't know what's going on here. This is what I want, though. Okay. I just want to give them all the Mechanicus stuff. There's 1600. Yeah, we'll just give them everything we have for Mechanicus creations. Gives us 1800. We have to get to rep 5 to get this. Six, 7, 8. And now it's not in order again. Why? And now it is. No, we only need 200 more for the next rank. Why does it keeps undoing the filters? It's not sorted. Still not sorted. I don't. Why do I have to go to this tab to do this? And it only works half the time. Alright, there's a ton of armor kits here. like to get it to 5 at least. Almost there. Really hate that this is broken. Heretic trophies. I don't like the idea of selling those in the first place. Okay. We got to 5. We can't buy this because we need 23 profit factor and we're at 21. But we have a good start now. At least now, whenever we rank up, we can get something new. Or at least gain access to something new. Ooh, power axe. Heavy plasma gun. Is that a... Oh, an arc rifle. Ooh. Fortress World Origin Tempestus Carapace. Fancy. Okay, cool. I'm glad we know how to do that now. I don't know if we have to meet up with a representative in person to do that sort of stuff. Or if we can do it from the ship. Be nice if there was a way to do it without having to go anywhere specific, but I'll look around. I'm pretty sure there's a tab in the cargo menu that shows all the factions and stuff too. I want to take a look at that now. I know we can trade with... Oh, well actually, the merchant fleet is not far from here either. Same system. Not that one. Cargo list. I guess it's not here. Where is that? No. Journal. No. Where was that? Formation. Cargo manager. Yeah, I really want to get a level on our ship and start unlocking new things for it. We're very close to a new level. Oh, we can see a list of every decision we've made that's affected our... don't know what you call this. Not like a label for it. Ideology? Oh, here we go. Reputation. This is what I was thinking of. So, Imperial Navy, Kazbalika mission. Oh, it takes a bit to level that up, huh? Especially compared to some of these. still can't believe buying those mutants cost 2 profit factor. Just crazy. Okay. Yeah, I think the representative for the must be the Navy. It's right down here. Either the Navy or the Jersians. Yeah, it's the Navy. Their ship is called Drusus's Blessing. But it is the Navy. They will only buy Void Pirate trophies. Wow. Okay. Oh, and here's where we can buy ship parts as well. Okay. Well, we didn't make a ton of progress there. Required cargo. Oh, it's all stuff you must get from Void Ship combat. Oob. Necron trophies. Oh, God. All right. Let's see where we can go from here. Well, can go to Trinitas. We could spend an insight to travel to one of these other places as well. I'm kind of curious what happens if we run into some kind of trouble here. We have these stable routes that are green. There's no threat there. Then the yellow is low threat. Orange is medium. Red is high. I think this is... I don't even think this is high. I think this is like, you will die. But you can go there, so... I'm almost tempted to try that one. Janus is up here. We do need to get up there. So I would like to make... yeah, let's go to Trinitos. And... Dangerous. I'm curious what happens if we run into some kind of encounter along the way. So I don't want to reduce it. No. Okay, well. Got there fine. Ah. Couple enemy fleets here, actually. Are those look like either Eldari or Drakari? What do we got here? You can tell from those big sails on their ships. Fins. This one I couldn't really see very well. Looked like it may have just been one ship. Whoa. Iconoclast class destroyers. These must be heretics. Ooh. Seem like they're a bit stronger than our other combats. And there's 3.
Annihilate them!
You. Okay. Swing run. Flies in a straight line, making a full U-turn at the end of its movement. I want to know if we still get movement after that, so... And it doesn't say. So I'm just gonna... Well... Let's fire any guns that we can. No, they're just out of range. Ram. No. Okay. Yeah, let's just do that. See what it
The time has come.
lets us do. Okay, we get a little itty bitty bit of movement. Hmm. Initiate process of restarting the shields. Shields will be restored at the start of the next turn. Rerouting the power to shields reduces the ship's speed and firing range for its next turn. Hmm. Gonna do that. Our front shields are pretty beat up, but they're also the most exposed here. Jeez. Ow.
Fire the lance batteries!
This has to be used in the acceleration phase. Well, our shields are back up, taking some damage. Trying to see how we get the most damage here. Okay, these reload this turn, so we'll have those next turn. This guy's kind of just out of our range. Three.
Another salvo!
Oof. There's one. Six cells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Onward! Fire right now!
Very nice. Didn't expect that to kill him. Where are you going? Way over there. No.
Unleash our vengeful salvo!
Now... No, we can't. Okay. I was hoping we could use Argenta's ability to grant these more movement before they went, but looks like we can't do it this turn. Here we go. Oh, it just happens automatically. Okay. Really want to get him with a lance. I don't know if that'll do it though. But this should get him in range of a couple weapons.
Leave their hull strewn across the stars!
And if we roll up on him here...
Macro cannons, volley!
There we go. There's a level. Stygius pattern macro battery. A lot more damage. Unholy amulets. Yeah, there's some of those void trophies. And some scrap that we'll definitely need to repair the ship. Upgrade. So we can only put these on the port or starboard side. I was hoping we could do them on the dorsal. Looks like they have a different symbol. Well, I guess we'll do really doesn't matter too much. Can we see the difference? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah. All right. Let's repair our hull and pick our first upgrades for this thing. Flagship common post abilities. Okay, so these are for these. We have these two already. So now we're picking an ability that one of them will be able to use. Oh, it looks like we get two. Reinforced shields. Chosen sector of the ship's void shields is reinforced until it suffers damage. Reinforced sector has an increased chance of absorbing enemy attacks and loses only half of its strength when absorbing damage. Using this ability removes any previous reinforcement. New heading. While moving, the flagship may make its next turn at 90 degrees instead of the usual 45. I like that one. Warp wave. Flows of the immaterium cause the enemy ship to immediately turn 45 or 90 degrees, depending on their maneuverability. If the enemy ship has suffered hull damage, this abrupt turn additionally deals damage for a 45 degree turn or twice that much for a 90 degree. Does not affect ships larger than cruisers. I'm afraid that we're going to be fighting things bigger than cruisers. Arc Augury. Next shot gains 2 extra range. I think I'm just going to keep it simple with these and do these two here. Some more maneuverability stuff and some shield boosts. Then we'll do the other two. Although it looks like next level we get different things. Posts and abilities. On top of firing weapons, ship combat involves using abilities from various ship posts occupied by your trusted officers. Increase your ship's level to gain access to new abilities. Each post can have up to 2 basic abilities and 1 ultimate ability assigned to it. Only 1 ability from each post can be used per round. Cooldown time before an ability can be used again is determined randomly and can take up to 3 rounds. Okay. And let's... We can actually downgrade. Let's upgrade those again. Go fight these guys too, before we do any exploring here. Yeah, these look like Eldari. Test out our new macro cannons. Oh yeah. Is that a squadron of ships? Enemy torpedoes. Can destroy them before they reach us. They don't have shields or integrity. Every attack destroys one of the salvos. From here on out, you may encounter clusters of small ships that follow the same rules in combat as torpedoes. Okay, so every time we hit them... Oh, a lot of targets. Every time we hit them, they get smaller. So, if we... Let's do this. Don't know if I hit those.
Annihilate them! The time has come. Fire right now!
Reinforced until it suffers damage. We'll wait until we've taken a little bit more damage. Oh, okay. Man, those things cruise.
Leave their hull strewn across the stars!
Huh? What is this? Target must be at least 2 cells away. Why? What? Why does it say reaching it is impossible? Oh, that's not the right one. That would be why. We have 2 abilities that are a straight line. Stop firing torpedoes. Man. Well, that didn't do very much damage. Maybe I don't need to be as afraid of those.
This one's going down. Lay in the course.
Doesn't say what they actually do for damage or anything. I was thinking we could maybe reinforce something here, but might be okay. Yeah. Just softened up our shields on the side. Ooh, no, don't move. Ooh, yes. Stay right there. Beautiful. What, do we have to kill these? Must we?
Onward. Bleed them.
The effectiveness of the crew has been recognized as adequate.
You, Pascal. Bone Wraith fragments. Yeah, I was being too cowardly about those torpedoes. I'm sure on bigger ships, their torpedoes are probably more of a concern. Alright, let's check out the planets here. Monastery of the Order of the Hammer. Prefer to check out stuff like that once we've gotten an idea of what's out here. Nothing. Oh, that's Foulstone. I think we heard about that place. There's supposed to be refugees there, I think. Since Footfall couldn't hold them, I sent them out there. Forget where they were from. They might have also been from Kiavagama, maybe not. Bastille. Alright, let's, oh, wait. What is this? Natural accumulation of irregularities on a solid planetary surface have been detected. Probability of occurrence of natural materials high. No. Okay. Foxmaster Vigdis. Lord Captain, we have received a transmission from Foulstone. It was sent by members of the Order of the Hammer, votaries of Saint Cognatius, whose monastery is the only settlement on the planet. Or rather, it used to be. Some time ago, a transport vessel, the Navika, unloaded several thousand refugees from a planet belonging to rogue trader Winterscale. The Order of the Hammer has judged this invasion to be an act of aggression and is asking for your lordship's protection. We will not abandon people of faith and distress. Prepare a landing party on my shuttle. I'm taking the monastery under my protection. Those people are victims, not invaders. Prepare my shuttle. I shall head to the planet to resolve this conflict. I mean, we did hear about this. So Vaughn is aware of the refugee crisis here. I prefer not to take a side one way or another here until I know exactly what's going on, but let's go down with the intent to resolve the conflict as peacefully as possible. Six score and 11 days ago, after the feast of the passing of Nicomedes Keefe, the champion of faith, disquiet marred the calm of the monastery of the Order of the Hammer. Countless tortured souls, steeped in fear, arrived on Foulstone in a star bark. A great apostasy had befallen their home and turned them into abject wanderers seeking help and refuge. Their wicked and cruel captain, the owner of the Navica, had betrayed them. Once the unknowing souls in his care had made landfall on the world's surface, he most deviously recalled his shuttles and left, thus ridding himself of his duty of care to the unfortunate lot. Not knowing how they would survive in Footfall's grim wastelands, the forsaken people came to the monastery of Saint Cognatius, and there they surrounded its walls. They hammered their fists on the gate and implored and wailed, "Take us in, protect us." And what was once a place of serenity and grace was now full of din, disorder, and all manner of things despicable. The interlopers brought with them worldly futility and strife, and mayhap also the seeds of alluring blasphemies. The fiendly heathens lurked in their midst. After a prayer, the prelate Hectarchius turned his eye to the past in search of instruction. Prelate Hectarchius recalled the first missionaries to set foot on Foulstone's vast wasteland, led by their zeal for serving Saint Cognatius, and those missionaries had received the blessing of Nicomedes Keefe, oh, wait. What, didn't we read that? I swear we were. Anyways, champion of the faith who traveled with them in their starbark to found in this place a humble and pure abode wherein to cultivate wisdom and piety. And Saint Cognatius, a man of great endeavors, a warrior and wise artificer, never cowered behind the walls of a librarium, but stepped bravely into the darkness, carrying light in the palm of his hand, and he commanded others to do the same. And not only Foulstone, but many other worlds of the Cronus expanse bear its imprint. And Prelate Hectarius did welcome the interlopers warmly as his guests, but he did warn his brethren to keep their vigilance. The brethren and sisters of the Order of the Hammer came forth to meet the strangers, carrying water and protein victuals, and medicinal herbs and jugs of promethium, but the crowd came to blows over viands, and blood was spilled, and many were trampled or mauled in the stampede, some of them dwellers of the monastery. Then the warriors of the Order of the Hammer donned their flak cowls, inscribed words of praise to the God Emperor on their tactical visors, and went forth, ready to render service in battle. With lasguns and bolters, they pierced the interlopers with their chain swords and power flails. They struck them, and a great bloody harvest was reaped that day. But the interlopers too, scant though their armament was, and scanter their skill in battle, slew many among the monastery's dwellers, for great were their numbers, and greater was their desperation. The monks fled beyond their walls and rang the vox alarum, and shut the gate, and commanded the armed guards to keep watch over the gate, slaying any who approached. A quarrel broke out. The hungry and the sick lay siege to the monastery, begging for help. In their spite, they blocked the water collector and unpowered the genitorium. The faithful, in the meantime, made ready to resist. And a miracle came to pass. The God Emperor sent his champion, his confidant, his right hand, the rogue trader of the blessed house von Valentius. May the light of his grace remain upon it forever. The blessed rogue trader summoned Prelate Hectarchius and the leaders of the interlopers to each account for their deeds. Yes. Commanded his formidable boarding force to fall upon the interlopers and slay as many as could be slain. Extended a veil of protection over the interlopers, taking them into his care, and thereby all of Foulstone with them. Unleashed his armed forces upon the interlopers and monks alike, wreaking great shedding of blood and pillaging for his delectation. Or cast a contemptuous eye over the aftermath of the bloodshed and departed with words of abuse and reproach. No, let's speak with the leadership of both. The strangers, prodigious in number, beseeched the rogue trader to take them in and give them shelter and protection as to his own servants. They spake, saying, "Long have we wandered, swiftly have we fled, many a woe and ordeal has befallen us. Of many a father and son are we bereft. Now the warp hath taken the last of our strength, and we shall flee no more." And they spake further, saying, "Without thy holy protection we are doomed, for we fear annihilation at the hands of our kin who remained behind. For having fallen away from the sublime light of the Emperor, they have descended into bloody sedition and become murderers of no mercy." Quoth Prelate Hectarchius, that name, "Ours is a pure and secluded abode. By worldly futility we are untouched, and so we wish to remain. These unknowing souls seek to capture our abode. Avert this calamity of ours, for they are a people malicious and multitudinous and misfated." Then quoth he, "If it be thy wish to confer land upon these wretches, confer it, for Foulstone has arid land in abundance, but make it not our duty to care for them, for it is not our path. Provide for them and provide for us, and we shall acknowledge thee as our planetary sovereign." Well, that sounds just fine. I don't see a reason to kill any of these people. I mean, hey, if we get a planet with a bunch of loyal refugees, and we're in good with the monastery there, that'd be fine with me. Extend a veil of protection over the interlopers, taking them into his care, and thereby all of Foulstone with them. I wonder what the... Oh. Okay, so these are rewards. People. Huh. I don't know what that is. Humbly, the Order of the Hammer heeded the God Emperor's confidant and unsealed the airlocks and opened the gates of its abode and brought forth gifts of virtue to relieve the suffering and ill-stricken. After a prayer, the architects set to work, in accordance with the saints' teachings and the parameters set forth in the standard template construct. They erected spacious living quarters and sturdy fort walls for the planetary militia, and a spacious auditorium wherein to trade and store goods, and a proud censorum within whose walls clerks and servo bondsmen would maintain order and keep statistical records. And a new yet righteous way of life came to Foulstone, and the people rejoiced, and all was good. Iconoclast +5. Ooh. I guess we got our first colony. Huh. Only certain worlds, usually the most habitable or suitable for establishing thriving colonies ripe for development. Completing projects and colony events can earn the rogue trader unique rewards that cannot be obtained through other means. Projects are the backbone of colony development. Completing them requires resources that can be obtained by exploring planets and cosmic anomalies. Completing a project takes time. While you continue your travels throughout the Coronis Expanse, you will receive a notification on screen when a project is finished, informing you that the reward can now be claimed. Huh. This is very similar to the tabletop as well. I'd mentioned probably once before that there was an entire book dedicated to, well, I guess not the entire book was dedicated to this, but a significant portion of it was just about founding colonies on worlds that you might come across and operating them, like putting governors in charge, and there's different mechanics like this. Like, I think they had like piety, order, productivity, different things like that, and you could build different projects or structures there to increase the different stats. It was pretty cool. It's very in-depth. So it seems like this is kind of like that. Efficiency affects the amount of resources produced by the colony, increasing it by 10% for each point. Complacency affects the amount of profit factor produced by the colony and the speed of projects in the colony, increasing and decreasing them for 10% each. That was another thing, is the colonies were a great chance to increase your profit factor, but usually you had to invest a bit of profit factor in them initially, and then as they grow, you start getting those nice bonuses for it. So I won't be surprised if we got to do something like that here. Security affects the ability of the colony to cope with the negative events on its own. What do we got here? Colony projects. For St. Drusus, the powerful, influential cult of St. Drusus is willing to take the abode of faith under its wing. However, the Order of the Hammer accepts these gifts with caution, wary of the figure of Drusus eclipsing their own patron saint, Cognatius. I don't know how you would say that. Cognatius. That sounds more high Gothic, I guess. In the hearts of their flock. The High Throne. The ecclesiarchy lacks a capital in the Coronis Expanse from which to guide the faithful. If Foulstone ascends to the status of a cardinal world, the Adeptus Ministorum will ensure the prosperity of their new planetary stronghold. Heretics will tremble when they hear of the alliance between House von Valentius and the ecclesiarchy. And a celestial protector. No one in the entire Coronis Expanse will make a worthier guardian of a sanctuary of faith than the head of House von Valentius. A marvelous basilica will be erected in his honor in the world's capital city. It will be decorated with a grand twin statue of the Emperor and the Rogue Trader. Thousands of parishioners and priests will say his name in the daily prayers and bring him reverent gifts. Okay, so it looks like these are exclusive. So we can only do one of these. What do they give us? A flamer called Infernical. Holy gifts. +2 profit factor. 1,000 reputation with the Drusians. It's 1 efficiency. Okay. We don't have anybody that can use flamers right now that we take with us. We do have a guy on the ship that we could do that with. Lord Captain's Void Ship gains the Emperor's Retribution, which grants a 5% crit hit chance against Chaos enemies. +2 profit factor, +1 security. Or our Void Ship gains Shield of Faith, granting 30% more Prow Shield. And +1 complacency. Okay, so efficiency is the resource production. Security is dealing with negative effects. And complacency is profit factor reduction. We also get rep with the Drusians for this one. +20 holy gifts regardless, +2 profit factor regardless. So it's really a choice between a fancy flamer, Drusian rep, and then one of 2 effects for our ship. I do like this one. Extra shields on our prow. But I also really like the Drusian reputation. Flamer shot stream. A really long range line. 22 to 33 damage. The armor pen is increased 4% but does not inflict burning. Take the young abode of faith under its wing. Let's consider it from a role-playing perspective. The idea of the Ministorum capital being on the planet of Foulstone is kind of funny to me. This is the one that I like least mechanically. But narratively, I like that one. Narratively, I think I don't like this one as much. But I like it mechanically the most. And this one I'm kind of indifferent about. I like this. Don't care for this. I have no idea what kind of resources this planet can even produce, so I don't know how important this is. Let's do the High Throne. Next rank, we get a bunch more options there. Cool. We can't start a new one. Explored. Okay. Colony management. You can manage your colonies remotely using the colony management screen. Is it over here too? Oop. Ah, okay. All right. Well, I guess we don't need to do anything else here. I hate passing over these different these planets that have resources that I'm not exploiting. But I really don't want to grab them until I know what I need them for. When I have such few, so few extractors. Wow. Legren's belt, we've heard about that. Very dangerous path to Kepri. Go to Omicron. Permission to report, Captain. I keep receiving messages about strange behaviors in certain ship systems. All decks report the uncontrollable opening of and closing of doors, gates, and airlocks. They behave erratically and do not obey the operator's commands. Regrettably, this has led to casualties among the crew. The deck priests have explained that these phenomena are caused by the machine spirit's irascibility and have spent hours chanting litanies to soothe their anger. Unfortunately, many crew members were badly injured before the prayers could stabilize the systems. Okay, does that mean anything to me mechanically? Because if not, I don't mind too much. What is going on here? Go there last. Magnetic storm. More plasteel. Inhabited world. Though it is a dead world. Well, let's go check out the storm and then we'll see what's going on there. The magnetic storm raging above the planet blurs the gaze of auger arrays. Only truly powerful diviner machines may see through the currents of magnetic fluctuations in their blessed vigil and discover the mysteries of this emperor-forsaken planet. The rogue trader has decided that to leave this unwelcoming world. Maybe he will return here one day. Okay. So we can't go there right now. Going on here. The ruins of an ancient imperial city were discovered on a dead world completely deprived of an ecosystem. According to reports, the entire settlement is contained in a gigantic glass dome that once held an artificial atmosphere. Your augurs detected the framework of three other similar structures that were never completed. For whatever reason, the dome's systems failed, and left behind is this city, a ghost that never managed to become a proper colony of the Imperium. Send out a crew to explore the city's temple district. Order the scouts to gather as many supplies as possible. Drain the remaining fuel from the generator stations. The city won't need them anymore. explore the local palace. Check out the palace. Lavishly decorated estate, lavishly decorated estate of the local ruler towers over rows of featureless bunkhouses. Several explorers perished from the cleverly hidden tripwires in the courtyard, but after losing their companions, their team easily disarmed the remaining traps in the estate. Anything of value has been promptly delivered to the rogue trader's vessel. The Lord Captain was given an exquisite sword found in a secret cache that once belonged to the mansion's owner. Ghost sword. Sweet. Profit factor gained 1. Drain the fuel from the generators. It takes several trips to deliver the massive Promethium storage tanks to your vessel. The crew grimly points out that the colony was running out of fuel. Had their life support systems not failed prematurely, the locals still would have perished due to lack of energy. Explore the temple district. The temple district is situated at the heart of the city. The God Emperor's statue, intricately carved from precious crystal, is suspended beneath the dome, supported by chains of gold. It can be seen from anywhere in the colony. Inspired by the majestic sight, the expedition members set off to explore the area with renewed vigor. Soon enough, they stumbled upon an ancient weapon lying on a pedestal wreathed in sunlight. The expedition brought it back to the ship and told many tales about how the Emperor himself, who had been watching them from above, had directed their attention to the sacred relic. Bolter casings, 2 holy gifts. Okay. And order scouts to gather supplies. Uniform kit. Your people flooded the city like a tidal wave, filled building after building, bunkhouse after bunkhouse, and receded from its quiet streets just as quickly. There were plenty of useful things among their finds, including foodstuffs and weapons. Sweet. Not like they were using them. Well, we'll have to go back there sometime and try to figure out what the deal is with that storm. I don't know why it starts me down there. Anything in the cauldron? No? Oogie. System Speculo. Lord Captain, I hasten to report the disturbing news brought to me by the machine spirits of the ship. The matter is extremely delicate and concerns Lady Cassia. You see, since her first day aboard, her presence has been a disturbance to the crew's way of life. If you allow it, I've prepared a detailed report. Deliver. The first incident occurred immediately after our departure from Urak 5. The Lady Navigator chastised one of the ship's runners, after which he went to his living quarters, killed his family, then shot himself. A little overdramatic. The second incident was noted while traversing the warp. The Lady Navigator gave the pilots the wrong instructions and the void ship was thrown off course for a matter of minutes. But this was enough for the forces of the Immaterium to anger the machine spirits enough for them to start a fire in the service bay. After that, officers living near the Lady Navigator's quarters began to express extreme emotions: hysteria, apathy, euphoria, rage. This is quite detrimental to crew morale and performance. The last incident was recorded on Footfall. Around 100 living birds were delivered on board during our stay on Footfall. Each bird cost a hefty sum, but I have failed to discover their purpose and subsequent fate. I was told about a conflict between the Lady Navigator and Seneschal. Alas, no details. If you like, you can ask Master Worsurian directly. If I may, Lord Captain, the Lady Navigator's state of mind worries me. She is self-contained and does not mesh with the crew at all, which is why everyone avoids her. Even senior officers can be superstitious. I fear that only you are in a position to talk to her on equal footing and improve the situation, for the sake of the crew's safety and that of Lady Cassia herself. Okay, I will do that. But first... let's go here. Maybe we'll explore the system here and then we'll go see what's up with her. Ooh. Assuming we survive this combat up here. A report shows up on your personal cogitator screen. Unknown ships are towing the Interstellar Sextant, a cargo ship belonging to one of Footfall's wealthiest traders. It looks like the pirates have bitten off more than they can chew and have now been forced to drag the ship to a more secluded place where they can plunder it undisturbed. Wow. That's super not what I wanted to do. Wait. 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 There's no... there hasn't been any autosaves since way back there. I just misclicked. Wow. Really? Well, that's... no. The last autosave was in Starship Combat? Not saving when we... this is before the colony, isn't it? Drifting... these are all autosaves. I'm really hoping that this is not at the beginning of a combat. Are you serious? This was all the way back here. That was the last autosave? Well, I'm not playing through all that again. That's really unfortunate. Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to start saving when we come to new systems. I can't believe it hasn't saved anything since then. That's pretty wild. Oh, Xenotech. I'll take that and we'll go back and check that out after. Looked like we could land there. We're looking for Promethium. Xeno ruins. No. I really wish they were still there. Ooh, well. Bottomless pit. Servitor looks past you, not noticing your presence.
Follow my lead.
Rudimentary tools and devices are now covered in a layer of dirt and local flora.
My house would be proud of me.
The surface is covered in countless scratches, and you can discern some logic from them. Someone began scratching strange symbols, but then defaced them, adding extra marks and lines. Birds. Goods. These ancient cogitators are long dead. Despite this, the covers of the machines are still intact. It seems unlikely that the inner parts were ruined by the elements, so they could still prove useful. It's weird. My mind is not completely empty. Not a single whisper, no premonitions, nothing. Just empty. Oh, my mind is completely empty. The witch's mind is at ease. I must be doubly on my guard. Inside the containers are the remnants of stones and frescoes depicting a black spot surrounded by structures of some sort. The darkness swirls beneath your feet, a void of impenetrable gloom. You do not hear a single sound from the depths of the pit. No wailing wind, no rustle of dust. The bright daylight cannot pierce the darkness lying over the slopes. The longer you look into its depths, the stranger the feeling grows that this darkness isn't just an absence of light. It's something immeasurably vast, endless, capable of reaching the farthest stars or swallowing a galaxy. Through sheer force of will, you avert your gaze. Creepy. Idra tilts her head to the side, listening to something. Then she scowls and spits on the ground. Grox knows what it is. It's beyond my remit.
As it should be.
The barely noticeable words in shaky handwriting read, my god. Touch the darkness and the darkness will accept you.
We shall prevail.
Somebody wanna... Inside the oh, we read that one. It says there's goods here. Oh, here. I'd rather not touch the endless pit. Data slate. Where? It says data slate, but it... Where? Data slate. What the heck? Did it... Did I get it? What? Is this it? Must be it. Leon Himmerfield's field diary. Himmerfeld. It has been several months since we arrived here, and yet we are no closer to understanding the local phenomenon. All that we were able to learn quite literally lies on the surface. The object does not reflect sound or light. On the contrary, it very much absorbs them. After extensive excavation, we did ascertain, at least, that the object is vast and goes deep below the planet's surface. However, any attempts to measure it have resulted in the loss of machinery or staff. Archaeological studies have turned out to be more productive. Their findings have revealed an amalgamation of architectural styles of various cultures, including those of Xeno origin. According to the boldest theories, the earliest of these structures date from the beginning of the 13th millennium, and all of them are, without a doubt, of religious nature. Analysis of bas-reliefs and remaining epigraphic texts shows that a cult was formed around the object. For many centuries, Xenos and subsequently humans worshipped the object in exchange for certain boons, undoubtedly imagined by primitive or corrupted minds. Why are these not in cargo? Single attacks with bolter weapons automatically hit the target. You what? When the wearer successfully hits with a single shot attack, the target is slowed. Anything else new here? Oh, we got didn't we get a sword? Power sword? Where did that go? Oh, it's an Eldari weapon. Oh, well. Can't use that.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Numerous ropes and cables end abruptly at the very edge of the pit, vanishing into the gathering darkness. Is there somewhere else we can go? Oop. It's over here.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Staff of Mind Sight. Vision of Death. Target must pass a willpower resistance test. If failed, they suffer mental damage. If succeeded, the target instead suffers damage. Okay, it's damage either way. Just less if they succeed, I guess. Wielder of the staff gains the Vision of Death ability. Also available for heroic and desperate measures. Power level affects the damage of this power. Enemies suffer a -10 penalty to all resistance tests against psychic powers of the telepathy discipline used by the wielder. Okay. So this surely won't go poorly, right? We gotta touch it, though. At the edge of your consciousness, you sense something slimy and intangible answering your invitation for contact. It seeps into your thoughts, tasting your emotions. Surprise and curiosity envelop you, but these feelings are not your own. Step away. Each step takes a tremendous effort. It feels as if you're being smothered from the inside, grinding your very being to dust to the point where your heart just might leap out of your chest. But you stubbornly continue walking until the alien thoughts release you and the illusion immediately falls away. Well, it was enough to level up. So, bomb it from orbit.
Victory awaits.
Bomb it from orbit, everybody. We agreed. Back on the ship. Was there... Auger's anomaly. That's what we just did, right? We can go back there. Alright, let's go back to the bridge. Clearly we have to talk to Cassia. Want to find out what she did with all those birds. That more than anything, I guess. Gonna have to do some inventory cleanup soon. We're getting pretty messy with all the gear we've picked up. What is this person whining about? Cassia is over here.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
I've heard rumors that you are not getting along well with the crew. Panic flashes in her ruby red eyes, and your heart starts beating a little faster while your hands go cold.
Not here. I'm begging you. Aren't noblemen supposed to discuss such things away from the servants?
Okay, let's
Then lead the way, and...
go to my study. What is it you wanted to talk about, Lord Captain? I have nothing to say to your unfounded accusations about my conflict with the crew. I cannot recall having a single quarrel with any of your people during my entire time aboard. Would you mind telling me why you needed 100 different species of bird and what you use them for? Admittedly, I'm at a loss myself. The day we arrived on Footfall, I sent a request to the ship's quartermaster and asked him to get me a songbird, but he never asked for clarification. And shortly after we left, I had a countless number of cages delivered to me, all wrapped in bright red panic with flickering tints of fear. There was a bird in every one. I was so excited. I thought I would have 100 friends instead of just one. They were squeaking so piteously. I let the poor things out. I even fed them my breakfast and dinner, but the stupid birds wouldn't stop chittering even after bedtime. They were dashing about the room, smacking me in the face with their wings, and defecating. I became angry, and suddenly they started pecking at each other's eyes and attacking me. Then I became afraid, and they fell over dead. I do not think I want to keep pets anymore. Yikes. Just go in reverse order here. The officers are reluctant to be quartered next to your chambers because of the constant emotional outbursts it causes them. Some even maim themselves and others. I already told you I can't control my abilities. What else do you want from me? Will I be assigned a pariah chaperone? Or will you put me in suppressing shackles? A pariah. Could be interesting. During the warp voyage, you gave the wrong orders. Well, let's do this one. We'll do that one last. The messenger you rebuked butchered his own family and then killed himself. I haven't rebuked a single errand boy on this ship. Cassia ponders this for a moment. Oh, I think I remember. A kind young man with a shy smile and skillful fingers with too much rotten ochre in on his shoulders. I grew quite tired of the disgusting color and advised him to lighten his burden by casting the weight off his shoulders. He did not come the next day, or ever again. Oh. During the warp voyage, you gave the wrong orders, which led to the vessel shifting off course and the service bay being destroyed. I saw something in the warp, something vast, predatory, shimmering with indescribable colors. It came from nowhere and stared at the ship with hundreds of hungry eyes right there in our path. I decided to change the course while it was still possible, but did not want to sow panic. Would it have been better to tell the crew we were headed straight into the monster's gaping maw? Will you share your thoughts with me? My crew has good reason to fear you. You truly are a monster. From now on, I forbid you to leave your chambers unless absolutely necessary. You have a kind soul but have difficulty reaching out to people. I could teach you the art of communication if you like. You've done terrible things, but I would not presume to lecture a person of noble blood. Woe dogs your steps, but we will find a way to defeat them, I promise. Everyone who dared to slander you will be punished. There is nothing reprehensible about your actions. I mean, I don't think Vaughn needs to teach her the art of communication, but somebody should. Although Vaughn does have the highest sort of charisma skills. Woes dog your steps, but we will find a way to defeat them. I mean, it does seem like all of those issues were communication related, right? I suppose the thing in the warp was maybe the least communication related, but she was trying to avoid starting a panic. So it does seem like that is a big part of her problems, but it seems like it's that combined with other things, like the stuff with her emotional state affecting people nearby. That's not really communication based, I guess. Let's save this one here. We'll find a way to defeat these woes. Your kindness knows no bounds, von Valencius. Cassia lowers her silver eyelashes. We'll endeavor not to cause you any more trouble. Very well, since we are done with this misunderstanding, I would like to change the subject. It would only be fair for me to ask you a few questions now, wouldn't it? Cassia hesitates and continues in a less confident tone. Do not mistake me. I'm not going to accuse you of anything. It's just that you are the most worthy interlocutor on the entire ship, and you're always so busy. What would you like to ask? I read a treatise by Paisius del Mobius very recently, who claimed that subjects would never believe their new ruler was better than the old one unless the old one had been a tyrant. No matter the circumstances, the low-born rabble become deluded about their prospects and rebel in favor of their base desires. What do you make of that? Well, we have some skill things here. Lore Imperium success. Your interpretation of this classical text is not entirely correct. If the subjects had grown accustomed to the ruling house, all the sovereign must do is refrain from breaching long-standing traditions, adjust unwanted laws as gradually as you would shift the bed of a flooded river, and no one will ever take power from you. On the contrary, the loyalty of subjects can be bought at a pittance, lower a tax, throw a festival, or feed the needy. Or feed the needy. A gracious gesture once in a cycle will exalt you in the eyes of the rabble, as if it were his own blessing. Oh, it's always been my opinion that subjects expect two things from their sovereign: to abuse power and to bless their babies. Succeed at both, and boring essays become unnecessary. What? Forgive my temerity, Lady Cassius. I was looking into your eyes and completely forgot the question. Vaughn. I'm afraid I don't have an answer. I'm not familiar. No. This one here. Vaughn would be, surprisingly, well, I guess not surprisingly well-read, but very well-read, because he went to the Schola Progenium to train to become a commissar. So he's one of the better educated types of people out there. So he'd probably know this text. Cassia thinks for a moment and smiles. Indeed, I was not wrong about your merits or your ability to hold a conversation. I hope my second question does not confound you either. According to the 20 tomes penned by the preacher Oistach Istefan, the Forgotten, mercy and cruelty go through the world hand in hand, but people flock only to one pan of the scales. Would you rather inspire fear in your followers or be magnanimous and choose awe? I'm not afraid of acquiring a reputation for ruthlessness. I would rather crush a rebellion than condone one. Is that not the greater mercy in the end? I will exercise restraint and lenience in my actions. Excessive suspicion and mistrust harden the heart of people and turn them against each other. One must be a tyrant, a friend, and a jester to one's subjects. What matter is that to clearly discern which role. What matters is to clearly discern which role is required at the given moment. This is definitely Vaughn's answer, again from his background as a commissar. His entire purpose is to keep the morale of the soldiers high so that they can keep on doing what they need to do, and doesn't let anything get in the way of that. If it requires being tyrannical, then he will be. If it requires being very friendly and sort of selfless, then he will be. If he's got to be a bit of a goofball, so be it. Yeah. There's so much power in your words, power that makes me want to join you. I understand now why your subjects are eager to follow you. I admit I was afraid we were too different, and yet you helped me realize that I can be candid with you. Okay, if you have more things to say. I must confess that I sometimes can hardly bear the burdens the house has placed upon me. I feel I am not doing my best. Tell me how you, heir to a protectorate, can bear the responsibility for billions of lives day after day, and not stoop under all the weight. Well, to be fair, I really haven't done much that affects the lives of billions, except blowing up that one planet. But that wasn't even my planet. It's not always easy, but I try to lead the dynasty towards prosperity by worthy means. It's my duty whether I like it or not. This inner turmoil is clouding my mind. My protectorate, my subjects, my title are mere resources I'm using for my own ends. It's my duty whether I like it or not. It's not always easy, but I try to lead the dynasty towards prosperity by worthy means. I mean, it's sort of both of these. If he said this first and this after, that would be perfect. I guess we'll do this one. Thank you for your patience, von Valencius. You are helping me to see the world in different colors, a novel experience for me. Our conversations hold a special place in my heart. Allow me to bid you farewell for now. I am heading back to my chambers to consider today's conversation. Great. Don't buy every type of songbird in the galaxy again, please. Throw all these things in here. What else can we add? This definitely does not need to be there. Oh yeah, I forgot we do have a heavy bolter, but it's heretical. Not something we can use at the moment. Okay. Does Vaughn... Why does his servo skull keep getting removed? Oops. Now we have another trophy. The hideous head of a steel devil destroyed by the rogue trader aboard a corrupted void ship. Should probably shoot that out the airlock. That thing corrupted an entire void ship with its evil code. Don't know how I feel about having it here. Order the shipping and transportation of goods. Ah, so we can do this from here. Does it say what they want? Take that. Man, I really wish this was in order. And that this worked. Drives me kind of crazy. Why? And it unchecks all this. Works when I do it in reverse order, but not... Works in descending, not ascending. Holy gifts? Sell all those. It was almost enough. And I don't like that it resets everything after you do that. Z to A is the only way apparently to do this. Man. Where's first melee attack can't be parried or dodged? Elite chainsword. Oh wow. That's way stronger than this one. Okay. Really just want to get to a point where I can buy like a new set of stuff from them. That's a lot of rep though. Sell them our Xeno artifacts. A lot of ranged weapons. A lot of ranged weapons. Oh my god. What the heck? Heretic trophies. This drives me crazy. Oh wow. Melee weapons. A lot of that as well. These don't seem to go for much though. Ugh. I can't imagine why they make you go to this menu to sort it. Why is it not right here? We're just looking for 1,000 more. There. Mind scramble grenades. Bladed boots. Whenever the wearer hits an opening with charge, slash, or dance macabre, They inflict bleeding 10. Telepath staff. Isn't that what we just found? Yes. Well, it's free. And these guys. Oh my god. Please. Thank you. I have to get to 4. Ship components. Still not quite there. Monofilament grenade. Pirate chainmail. So close. Oh, there it is. That's the rest of it. Oh, we still have things we can sell, but nothing else they buy. No, but we don't have enough profit factor to get these. That's fine though. I just wanted to get it up to a place where it won't take as much to get all the other stuff. Okay, so we just haven't made any rep advances with the Navy. Because they only accept void material. Which we probably would have had more of if that pirate ship event there didn't need to forget that ever happened.
Of course.
I'm going to be salty about that for a while. Just checking with... Strange messages have been appearing in the ship's log. What do you know about this error?
This statement is true. Algorithmic violations have been recorded, as a result of which I twice performed an offering to the cogitators of corrective data vows and ruled out the possibility of sabotage. I hypothesize that the violation is a consequence of the discontent of the ship's machine spirits. I recommend a procedure of placation of the honored spirits for the glory of the Omnissiah and the steel angels sent by him.
Okay.
May your labors...
I don't have time for this. Lord Captain.
Abelard,
Lord Captain.
Heinrichs.
To what do I owe this visit?
No. Making sure there's nothing else here. Ravor, it's come to my attention that a fuel lever on the bridge may be defective. Can you not be trusted to carry out your duties without my personal oversight? What was this from? Well, whatever. The officer's furrowed eyebrows draw even closer together. He speaks slowly, carefully picking his words. I most definitely can, Lord Captain. The technomats will inspect the equipment immediately. I will also deal with those in charge on the lower decks without delay. Okay.
Lord Captain, your presence is welcome. And I wish to apologize for my prior coldness. After our first meeting, I was concerned that he would turn out to be another faithless offshoot of the von Valancius dynasty, like the traitor Conrad. But now I see before me a worthy leader and servant of the Imperium. I am glad to accompany you in your endeavors.
Get off my ship. Are you ready to tell me more about yourself now? I feel like we sort of went over all this, but see what else.
Such is the rogue trader's wish, although there isn't much I can tell. I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to know?
Where you from?
Now that I can tell you, I come from everywhere and nowhere.
Excuse me.
I am the child of officers of the Imperial Guard. I was born in the hold of a warship. Grew up following my parents' deployments from one planet to another, and lost my family in the flames of a righteous war. My memory is like wafts of smoke over a still battlefield. The gray of a ship's plating. The strict cadence of life in military camps. My mother's uniform. I loved looking at it. Then, that battle. The rumbling, the shouting, and the soot. The screams of soldiers burning alive. And the gold of the regiment's Aquila. Untouched by soot or blood. The last unsullied piece of a world that was going mad. That was my last memory of my mother, and of my former life. Before the Progenium and the novitiate. Before my trials. Before the vows.
The golden shard you carry with you.
My own relic. It's the regiment's Aquila. Or rather, the fragment that survived the attack. The explosions, and the fire. For me, it's a reminder that purity and radiance can be preserved, even in the heart of darkness.
So, how did you become one of the Adeptus Sororitas?
Become. It's such a strange word for it. It seems right, but is that how one talks about their destiny? If you're asking about the path itself, that's easy enough to answer. First, like many other orphans, I endured the Progenium. Those years were rough, but I remember the hardship fondly. Few things can compare with the feeling of satisfaction from a past trial, even if it leaves your body aching from exhaustion or your soul wincing in pain. I was one of the best among my peers, and I was selected for the novitiate in the ranks of the Adeptus Sororitas. When the hour came, I passed the trials and took my vows. The most joyous day of my life. The Emperor's light has always been with me, but to accept it with all your heart, to utter the oaths, that is a rapture like no other.
Have you ever wished for a different lot in life? Can't imagine.
Have I ever? But that would be shameful weakness, almost heresy. Of course not. I was born for this. I live by the Emperor's will, and in his light, I myself am the light. I must be the light. For myself, and for those who ask for my protection. I was chosen to serve. But beyond that, I won't deny it. Few things elate me as much as the thought that the heretic felled by my shot will never again orphan a child.
Thank you for your candor.
It is my pleasure to be candid.
I'd like to discuss Salus Prime and the relic that you want to find.
Of course, my mission is all I can think about.
Remind me, what is our mission?
To find the way to the planet called Salus Prime. Saint Argenta is my patroness, and that is where her fallen ship is. And it must also be the resting place of her great relic, the One Star.
Tell me about Saint Argenta, whose relic you were searching for.
Gladly. Listen. Long ago, there was a blessed world. Thousands of stars covered the sky there, so bright that its denizens hardly knew the darkness of night. Thousands of rivers nurtured the soil. Thousands of gardens bloomed every spring, and at every moment, thousands of prayers were flying into the clear air, thanking and praising the Emperor. But one day, the people learned the meaning of darkness. Like a storm, accursed heretics who had sold themselves to the archenemy descended upon the planet. Shells flew from the sky that desolated whole cities and burned the gardens and filled the riverbeds with the blood of the faithful. Smoke and soot swallowed the skies and the 1,000 stars that had once shone over the world. Among the handful of survivors was one orphan who had watched all her family die, and the garden she'd grown up in burn to ash. But in her heart, she knew the absolute truth. Just these 3 words. The Emperor protects. And knowing that, she never looked away from the black, terrifying, smoke-covered sky. There were no more bright stars to be seen. Except for one. The One Star. The bright star. The silver star shone in the sky. And when the orphan smiled at it, the One Star fell right into her hands. All the faithful in every corner of the continent who saw the trail of the falling star recognized it as an omen and went looking for the place where it landed. And they rallied together. And with the light of the One Star, they found their salvation.
The girl from the story, that was Saint Argenta?
Yes, that was the beginning of her hagiography. It is known that she lived on a world where heretics staged a terrible insurrection. They wiped out all life on the planet, except those whom Saint Argenta managed to save with the One Star, and with the strength of her faith. After that, she traveled between worlds, gripped by turmoil on her ship marked with a silver star. and brought hope to the faithful. Numerous accounts confirm this. Her coming helped people turn the tide of the war and wipe away corruption before the Imperium's main forces even arrived. Millions of people owed their lives to her, but the heretics, having realized their imminent defeat, sent the remnants of their forces after the ship with the Silver Star. It fell from the skies onto an obscure world. There are no definitive records of how old Argenta was at the time. In some chronicles, she's even called the Child Saint, but their credibility is questionable. Either way, she didn't live long, but she left a bright trail in her wake, like a falling star.
So what is this one star?
If I only knew. Neither the hagiography nor the legends give a straight answer. Classical iconographers believed that the star turned into a banner woven from silver thread, which, when brought onto the battlefield, would shed light that blinded only heretics, but did no harm to the faithful. Most of them portrayed Saint Argenta as a girl carrying this banner. Others think that upon falling from the sky, the one star became a holy chainsword, which Argenta later used to strike down monsters and enemies of the Imperium. In some of the earlier engravings, Argenta is depicted wearing power armor with a silver star on her chest. One theological theory suggests that this armor was, in fact, the relic. Some even think that the one star is actually the ship on which Argenta traveled. I feel that my undertaking will be fulfilled when I find the answer that has eluded the Ecclesiarchy for millennia. I pray we find the way to Salus Prime soon. The ruinous powers must be aligned against us. They stand in the way of faith.
No more questions.
One day we will reach Salus Prime.
Get off my ship. Okay, that does clear some things up. I thought from our first conversation, she had said that the planet it was on was sort of where she became a saint. And I was confused by or how even people knew about her. But yeah, apparently she went around after that, after finding that relic, and made a name for herself out in space. Alright, let us do some leveling here. 15 to the Lore Imperium. Gain a +5 for a -10. Oh, but it's that slot. I have that open. Who's got better Lore Imperium than me? Anyone? 43. Yeah. Oh, this is black? I swear when I switched these before it was still blue. What? Oh. Okay. Just more weirdness. Don't need that. Really don't need this anymore. That was already a side grade. Now we have an upgrade. Hits an opening. That'd be something we want on Pascal. Unless his boots are better. He really doesn't use any of that much. +3 logic. -10 penalty to perception for all attacks made against the wearer and all enemies in a 2-cell radius around them. Yeah. First melee attack in combat can't be parried or dodged. Hmm. It only applies to one attack. Usually he does not get parried. I'll keep that one, I guess. Alright, let's level up. What? Oh. Grand Strategist chooses a combat tactics area. Every ally in the area gains an additional turn with 1 AP and 2 MP at the start of his turn. Next turn. For every enemy that was killed in the selected area, the additional AP is increased by 1 up to 3, and MP +2 up to 6. Gains a special archetype ability that can be used as a heroic action or desperate measure. Oh, so this is another heroic action, I guess? Wild Hunt. Bounty Hunter simultaneously makes several attacks. The number of attacks is equal to the number of prey in combat. That's with this. Yeah. These attacks are equally divided among all prey in her line of sight. They always hit and always crit. Ooh. I like that more than her other heroic action. Orchestrated Firestorm. Master Tactician selects a 3x3 zone on the battlefield. All allies, including her, that have line of sight to any enemies in the zone, make an immediate single target attack against a random enemy in that zone that they can target with their weapons. Argenta. Until the end of combat, she can make an additional attack each turn, including the additional attack on the turn this was used. The first attack after using the ability. The first attack after using this ability and each turn afterwards costs 0 AP. Ooh. And Abelard. till the end of the next turn. He attacks each enemy that attacks the Vanguard's allies in a 3-cell radius around him. Additionally, he always retaliates when attacked. Okay. Hey, Deceiver. How's it going? And we should be done here. Let me save, because God knows when it's going to autosave. Doing well. It is almost Friday. Eager for that. As always. Oh yeah, we can turn this in. Forgot about that one. Still looking for Promethium. Slowly making our way up to that. Well, I don't know what system it is. What is this? Oh, it's actually right there. Telecos Epsilon. I think that's where we're going to go next. Yeah. Chart course deadly. Oh, I see. If we try to go there without a established warp route from where we are, it's deadly. Oh wow, we have 5 insights. Hmm. Oh boy. Lord Captain, I bring dire news. A feud has broken out between the clans that maintain the Void Shield arrays. Rumor has it that the late Lady Theodora was seen on the lower decks, and so one of the families called for a rebellion against the usurper of the Void Ship. That's you. That is you. So far, no one believes their mad tales, but unrest has begun at the fringes of the compartments. The ship's enforcers are ready to eliminate the instigating clan or pacify the entire Void Ship crew. The decision is yours. Well... Punish the source of the rumors or destroy the rebellious clan. I really don't want to wipe out a clan that takes care of our void shields. Punish the source of the rumors, I guess. Lord Captain, as Seneschal Worsurian would say, there are no innocents in such case. The clans are endangering the entire Void Ship, tussling over a strange and obviously false rumor. If you so desire, I will convey your wishes to the enforcers later, but right now the unrest must be stopped, and the people return to their direct duties or replaced. Enforcers sort out the situation. Investigate the rumors, find a real culprit, destroy the rebellious clan, find a replacement, pacify the entire crew. sort out the situation before we forfeit the crew wholesale. Investigate the rumors and find the real culprits. No violence. Seems like overkill. It does, but this is 40k, and usually overkill is actually the correct answer. Even so, these rumors of Lady Theodora's ghost appearing around have happened since like right after her death, so this option at least lets us investigate the rumors. So I'm still gonna do that. Are we... Colony of Foulstone has begun a new stage in development. High Factotum Generis. Lord Captain, there's a conflict between the followers of the Order of Hammer and the refugees from Winterscale's, the Winterscale dynasty's domain. An argument broke out near the tomb of the ascetic Nicomedes, Cephas, and the tomb was damaged in the fray. The pilgrims revering Cephas's rival, Philopomenes of Malpi, claim Cephas to be a thief who stole the relics of Saint Cognatius and disturbed the sacrament of his resting place to sate his greed. The order, says Orden, of the Hammer is furious at the heretical statements and the desecration of the ascetic's burial site. Okay. Who is this Nicomedes and Philopomenes? What is the issue? Saint Nico is a missionary who arrived in the Expanse alongside the founders of the Order of the Hammer, offering them valuable guidance for colonizing Foulstone. He converted many worlds to the Imperial Creed, but his most famous feat was his search for the burial sites of the legendary preacher Saint Cognatius, who conquered the Expanse thousands of years ago, leaving behind scores of relics. Cephas was able to track down some of those relics. The order was named after the power hammer of Saint Cognatius, Pious Charge. Okay. Philopomenes of Malpi is a priest from the Winterscale domain. He preached in the same times as Nico and denounced him for the false veneration of Saint Cognatius. He believed that... Oh, this is inconvenient. We have refugees who revere this guy who called the patron saint of the ecclesiarchal stronghold on our planet, in conflict with one another. He believed that Cognatius preached the incomprehensibility of the highest wisdom to the people, and that any attempts to learn it would only lead to heresy. He called the search for Saint Cognatius's burial site blasphemy, and the collection of relics looting and soliciting. In his opinion, the sacred relics should not be congregated in one place, but should find haven across many worlds. Relics are power, and their aggregation gives way to pride. Oh boy. What say my advisors? Heinrichs. By coming to a foreign realm, the Malpians are demonstrating their insolence. Penance should be imposed on them. We will send them on a pilgrimage to find the relics of Saint Cognatius and learn the ways of Saint Cephas. In this way, they would be of use for returning the lost relics, and the Order of the Hammer would be satisfied with a just verdict. Argenta. There was a similar case of belief dispute at the 5th Ophelian Cathedral, and the conflict between the two cults was resolved in sacred duel. 20 champions from each side came forward, both sides vowing to accept the victor's teachings if they lost. I proposed to invoke the cathedral's edict and settled the dispute in the same way. I'm pretty sure the Order of the Hammer will succeed there. Abelard. They believe their faith is superior, then let them prove it. Subject them to a severe test of faith. If they survive it, they will have proven their steadfastness. Even if the Order of the Hammer does not accept their arguments, it would be easier for them to recognize the newcomer's right to interpret the way of St. Cognatius if they prove it in their own blood and pain. Okay. We have many an option here. Oh, and we can see what we'll get from it. Ooh, a power sword. Malpian Shroud. Whenever the wearer deals damage with a melee attack, they gain temporary wounds. The wielder's melee attacks deal additional damage, equal to their temporary wounds divided by 2. That would be very, very, very good on Abelard. This power sword would be given to Vaughn so that he could look cool. And security. So Heinrichs is right. Send the most zealous ones on a repentant pilgrimage to retrieve the relics. We should follow the edict of the 5th Aphelian Cathedral. Let might decide whose beliefs are just. Let them bring forth their representatives and try to negotiate some form of coexistence. We shall allow the Malpians to prove the strength of their convictions through a severe trial of faith. The Malpians display impressive zeal. I charge the Order of the Hammer to welcome 100 of the new arrivals into their ranks. Let them learn one another's ways and come to accept this distinct path towards the reverence of Cognatius. I think it's either gonna be a Heinrichs or I guess this is Abelard's recommendation. I do think that he's right in that like they're definitely not going to be able to agree on the specifics of their faith here. So I think proving to the Order that at least that their conviction is worthy of some respect, even if they don't agree, is maybe the right way to go, especially because the Order was already there. They've been there doing their thing for a long time. And it would feel wrong to impose anything on them. So if the Malpians really want to prove their worth here, I think we'll do that one. Let them show the weight of their words and teachings. 100 Malpians have volunteered to undergo the trial of faith. 74 have survived, proving the steadfastness of their beliefs and earning respect of the Order of the Hammer. Yeah, that seems like a good situation. And really, not many of them died. 26 out of 100. The indomitable teachings of Philoppomenes of Malpi laid down deep roots upon the hard soil of Foulstone. Followers of his teachings were zealous and determined. Oh, and we finished our High Throne. +1 security, +2 profit factor. Got some holy gifts. And we can start a new one? Yes. Touched by holiness. Saint Cognatius left behind many treasures that are now coveted by powerful men and women. Rogue trader Incendia Corda Possesses the shards of a priceless combi tool bearing the saint's fingerprints. Formally reclaiming the relic via the Adeptus Administratum will be a bureaucratic war requiring influential allies and nothing short of an army of clerks and scribes. But if it is passed into the safekeeping of the monks of the Order of the Hammer, it will be a great triumph for the faithful. +2 complacency. What the heck does this mean? Greater than or equal to 20. Oh, it's a requirement. Okay. Or indulgences for sale. Selling the forgiveness of the ecclesiarchy can be a significant source of revenue. +1 profit factor. 2,000 rep for the Fellowship of the Void. The Fellowship of the Void? I wonder why. Huh. Speed of projects in the colony, increasing and decreasing them. I suppose this would be a nice one to get early. Increasing the speed at which we complete projects, of course. Wait. Oh, well, yeah, there's a lot of slots here. Yeah, let's do that one. Okay. Now we're headed off to Telecos. And I'll even make the route a little safer. We've had a few negative events happen. I don't think they've caused any actual lasting harm, but let's just avoid it. I was kind of hoping we'd get into some kind of combat out there, but no such misfortune. Looks like... Oh, this is not at all where I wanted to go. Wait, this is Foulstone? What? Hold up. Oh. Oh, it cleared the route, but it didn't actually send us there. Lord Captain, we have an emergency. We have received word that there has been a sighting on the lower decks. A sighting of Lady Theodora. Ah. The messages we've received are incomplete and vague, little more than yelling and hysterical claims. There are reports of casualties and unrest. The compartment in question has already been sealed off, but I thought you might want to look into it yourself. The situation is delicate, and what's especially disturbing, there are mentions of Itera Talas being present at the scene. Give me the coordinates. Itera is not here. Guess we'll bring Heinrichs. Macro cannon chamber. Gonna have to... Oh, we didn't level Pascal here. Dispatch. Makes an attack with the current weapon against the enemy. Can't miss. Deals 50% more damage. Also deals additional damage equal to 25% of the target's missing wounds. Assassin's dodge, dodge reduction, armor pen, and parry reduction are doubled. That's gonna do a ton of damage with that Thunder Hammer. Okay, we only have a few things we gotta choose here, although... Force distraction. I want to do anything that deals with priority target stuff, I guess, since Abelard hasn't really taken any of that. Plus, this guy wears heavy armor. Gains damage reduction. Or we could give him some psychic powers. Psi rating 2. Oh, he's only 1? Force distraction. Choose an ally. Enemies within 3 cells around them. Make a willpower test. On a failed test, he becomes their priority target. Regardless of the test result, the chosen ally does not provoke attacks of opportunity, can shoot enemies in melee range, and move as if not within range, but of attacks of opportunity. I guess we'll do that. Can we increase his psi rating here? Oh yeah, there it is. Taunting opportunity. Whenever he hits an enemy with an attack of opportunity, the enemy makes a willpower test. On a failed test, he becomes their priority target. Do that one. Until the next turn, the Vanguard attacks each enemy that attacks the Vanguard's allies. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me have a look at his inventory. We haven't messed around with any of this for a while. Stub revolver. This force sword is pretty bad. We haven't picked up any other force swords. Faux hammer. Charge staff. Deadshot revolver. Attacks of opportunity deal additional damage. Commerce. Taunting Scream. I would like something like that on him. I don't think he's got it though. Immune to burning. There's one about warp damage, isn't there? Extra armor against warp damage. Mind Scrambler grenades. Biomancer's staff. I don't think we have an upgrade for that one. Yeah, we just have the charge staff. Can only be used by unsanctioned psyker and telepathy domain. Navigator staves. Yeah, that's really all we got. It's too bad. Not really much to upgrade him with. Ooh. Oh. It's like the same thing. Yeah, it's the same exact stat line. Oops. How are these by type? They're not. They're by alphabetical. I mean, they're weapons, but like this is chain, bolt, chain, primitive, solid. There's no way to order by that, huh? This game could use some quality of life improvements with some of those sorting and filter options. Has it saved? It has. But not since we leveled up. Okay, so I'm going to remind myself where we are. We're on our ship. There have been reports that Lady Theodora or her ghost are down here somewhere. Look at those shells. The cogitators regularly display reports on the screens, endless chains of symbols, many of which only high-ranking tech priests can likely understand.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
The instrument terminal, an important part of the compartment's internal infrastructure, appears to be in working order. Well, that's good. Oh God. And who deigns to grace us with their presence? Another gaggle of heretics and traitors thirsting to get their due for what they've done? Or is it the leader himself who has finally grown tired of hiding behind others? Theodora von Valentius is before you, and she looks grotesque. A hole yawns wide in her chest, rusted hooks protrude from beneath her skin, and a lumpen, inflamed scar cuts across her throat. The figure flickers as though it is dropping in and out of this reality. She looks at you with the whitish eyes of a corpse and smiles venomously. Rogue trader, we meet at last. I had grown tired of waiting for you to pay me a visit. Theodora's look is appraising, and her mocking tone turns to one of distaste. Indeed, centuries of selfless toil and effort, and everything I left behind has gone to this non-entity. Argenta's eyes spark with fury. Warp illusion, begone! Argenta, my dear, there's no need to make such a fuss. Why don't we sit down over a cup of recaf like we used to? I'll listen to your rapturous tales of sacred relics, portents, and your special path. You must have been so lonely without me here. No one else is willing to listen to your ravings or help you with your childish treasure hunt. Theodora laughs melodiously, almost without mockery. At the sight of the terrifying Theodora, Abelard's face quickly turns sickly pale. Throne spare us from the accursed apparitions of the archenemy. Is that what you're truly praying for? I can hear how fast your heart is pounding, Worsarian. Think deep down, you hope this apparition never ends. We have already met, right? Back in the very beginning. When the ship was in upheaval and she had died. An entity appeared to us that looked just like her and walked into the fire. Of course, boy, it was I who gave the order to bring you here, to my ship. Oh, how I rue that decision now, and how I regret heeding the advice of my seneschal. Abelard whispers hurriedly to you. How can this be? Is it the same vision as on the officer's deck? Oh, it is the same vision as on the officer's deck, and yet entirely different. Why does it not remember that meeting? And why does it remember that what the real Lady Theodora did? Alas, my glorious voyage through life was ended in the dullest possible way, by death, a nuisance I staved off as long as I could. But do not weep for me, my boy. I am still keeping an eye on my property, and punishing all those who failed me. Theodora bares her rotten teeth with a snarl, her laughter piercing. You are not Theodora. Theodora is dead. There's no coming back from that. I'm dead? How is that? I'm no different from those who have not yet crossed the divide between reality and eternity. I see, I speak, I remember the wrongs you all committed against me, and for all those who failed me, I have already begun exacting my retribution. I truly am Theodora, the remnants of her that she left behind in this world. I am an echo of her memories preserved in the minds of those who cared for her. I am the taste of tears spilt for the unsaid and the undone. Well, no wonder Idra is here. I am the terror of she who failed to turn the tide of fate and who refuses to look truth in the face. I am as real as the human passions that bring worlds to ruin. Yeah, so you're a warp entity. If you really are Theodora, then tell me who really killed you. Oh, wouldn't you like to know the answer to that question? I don't even know which would be more satisfying, giving you an honest answer or leave you to languish in your ignorance. We'll see how you conduct yourself, little boy. What do you want with me? Theodora wearily rolls her eyes. Matters are so dire that the pleas of one of my servants breached death's veil to reach my ears. How could I ignore such a desperate cry for help? And from my little Idra, no less. And once I appeared here, of course I had to meet the pretender who has allowed this deplorable state of affairs. Oh. So what, did Idra open her door trying to find Theodora in the Sea of Souls or something? And she accidentally summoned her here. Heinrichs will not be pleased. Where is Idra? Me? What have I done with Idra? Theodora laughs mockingly. All I did was turn that little mutt from the fringes into a true servant of the Imperium. I gave her toys. I cleaned up after her antics. I provided her with everything she could ever dream of. Oh, I had great plans for poor little Idra. I will send you back to the abyss. Warp Ghost. You, of all the people to ever threaten me, you are the most pathetic boy. All that you possess now was to give it, all that you possess now was given to you in error. You are unworthy of such a generous gift, and you are incapable of holding on to it. I am here to seek retribution against all those who failed me. My brainless crew, my useless officers, my pathetic servants who turn their backs on their mistress in their darkest hour. And worst of all, you, my dear heir. You who have undeservedly claimed the warrant and everything else that is mine. I will drag it all to the warp with me, including you. Yes, but I have Pascal. And Pascal has a thunder hammer. So, invalid argument. The lines on the screen look fuzzy as though the Cogitator's readout system or data storage has been damaged. The people's remains have been hideously mutilated. The flesh seems to have melted at the edges and is thickly coated in stinking mucus.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Yuck. The wall lining is dented as though someone tried to break their way out. Labored sputtering growls and periodic rattling comes from beneath the casing. Oh, that's a combat zone if I've ever seen one.
Follow my lead.
Man, look at that shell. Hello, people. Are we going to go crazy and try to kill me? A huge shell ready to be loaded into the macro cannon breach. Only darkness can be seen in the open breach of the macro cannon. Hello again. Where is she? I clearly remember her being around here somewhere. A split liquid, cloud and carrying a strong chemical smell. It is coolant used to stabilize the major cogitator systems.
None shall stand in my way.
Well, there she is. Ah, there you are, my little coward. Why don't you look at your captain, Idra? It's wrong. It's all wrong. Look at her, boy. My little Idra is utterly trapped in her visions. No matter. I will allay your doubts. Lord Captain? Idra turns her head to you, but her demented gaze only rests briefly on your face before slipping away. Up close, you can see that the base of one of Idra's temple implants has blackened and melted. No. Wait. Lord Captain, Lady von Valentius. Idra raises her eyes to Theodora, who now stands before her. Tears stream down Idra's cheeks. You came back. Theodora clucks her tongue in sympathy, reaching out to tenderly stroke Idra's hair. Poor little Idra. There. How could I not come? You were crying for me so desperately. Your pleas carried to the very depths of the warp itself. The smile suddenly drops from her mutilated face. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you warn me? Answer me, you insignificant wretch, or I'll drag the answer out of you. Theodora's fingers dig into Idra's scalp, meeting no resistance.
Why did I not foresee this?
Idra lets out a soul-chilling howl and tries to grab the hand tearing into her, but her fingers pass through the monster's flesh. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything that could have had anything to do with you. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. I failed. Ah. Idra breaks into a strangled scream, and you feel the air around you grow rapidly cooler. Argenta wordlessly swings her weapon up and aims at Idra, who's struggling in the monster's hold. The Sister of Battle looks at her without an ounce of doubt or mercy. Oh boy. This is one of those moments where there's been a few of these already, but where role playing and my own personal preferences really split, because from a gameplay perspective, I very much enjoy having Idra in the team. Her role in combat. And I enjoy having her as a companion as well. On the other hand, from a role-playing perspective, like, the solution here is to kill her. She is a unsanctioned psyker, and she is actively causing dangerous warp phenomenon to occur on our ship. Honestly, if Argenta doesn't shoot her, I'm sure Heinrichs will be right behind her. I really don't want to do this. But I'm gonna let Argenta do her thing. Gugh. 1 second, Idra's body. 1 second, and Idra's body sags to the floor. At the same moment, you hear a terrifying sound, shrill and piercing laughter. Emperor Grant Abelard stops short, staring at the body unblinkingly for a few seconds before turning away. The figure of the cackling Theodora von Valentius shudders and begins to change form. At last you begin to understand how important it is to promptly dispose of trash, but you've learned your lesson too late. Too late. Oh God. Well. It's just the three of them. I mean, oh. No, it is not. Okay. Well. We'll have Pascal and Heinrichs dealing with the demons over here. Argenta. And Abelard actually. That's not cover, huh? Okay. Let's give Argenta a boost. Give Cassia her free turn. Try to hold them down here, I guess. Got one of them. Damn. Oh. There was an explosive barrel there. No line of sight. Why does it sound like their voices are very far away? I don't know what to do with my rear zone now. Do the blitz stratagem there. Voice of command, and then oh my god, that is... Man, this game's real punishing when it comes to accidentally pressing buttons. Accidentally hit the space bar. Ended the turn right away. Well... Too far. One damage. Oh my god. Man. Real series of annoying things happened that I didn't want to do. I had clicked here to see what it would be like if he moved there, and then I hit brace for impact, which caused him to move where I had selected and then use it. Okay. Well, I was trying to do that without provoking an attack of opportunity, but I already did, so I may as well move. Oh, nice throw. Not so nice. What's a rapid fire look like here? Really need her to be... Wow. Why is she so slow? Oh. Ooh, okay. I really want to do a rapid fire right down here. Could do a run and gun, I guess. And then rapid fire. There we go. Nope. Killed one of them. Injured another. Till the end of combat, she can make an additional attack each turn. The first attack after using this ability, and each turn costs 0 AP. Make a number of attacks equal to a rate of fire. So we could get a bunch of attacks right now, or we could get an extra attack for the rest of the battle for free. I'm gonna do this. I think we can take out a few dudes with this one. 3 hits. Okay, well, we got rid of the ones up here. Now we're just dealing with the ones down there and these demons. Cassia, is she blind? No, you don't want a blind navigator. I'm gonna bring her back. try to use her to take out everybody down here. And we can all focus on the demons.
Isn't this a job for the...
Hmm. Give Argenta another turn. Switch her to her Power Maul. Cool. He died. Okay, and then let's just put her in full cover here. The heck of a movement. Heinrichs. Why are they still called workers? Most certainly are not. We can't move here? No. Well, each enemy that attacks the allies within 3 cells, but until their next turn, he attacks each enemy that attacks his allies in a 3-cell radius around him. And he always retaliates when attacked. %50 extra damage against demons. Still not a lot. That uses everything. Okay. So let's try this. There's one dead demon. Use Iron Arm on himself, and then Force Distraction. I guess on Abelard. Oh. Never mind. That's not how that works. Pascal. Got a target right here. Can do this. dead. And then let's jump right down next to him. And makes an attack with his current weapon. Can't miss, deals 50% more damage. Plus more damage if they've already taken damage. Can throw one of these on him. Oh. Okay. And there's not really anything else I need to do. Vaughn is standing in a cloud of gas. Get him to bring Abelard in here. Ouch. Oh, still people down there. Forgot about them. Argenta, if you would. Alright, the only one left down there is knocked down. See if I can move the demon around. Nice. Hmm. Holy crap. Horrors of the warp. Psychic force. Cleave. Okay, Pascal. Can we... Trying to find a position where I could hit all, well, both of them. I could do overcharge. No, that doesn't work either. Okay. Well. Move here. This should kill this one. Ooh. Not quite. I thought I'm not supposed to... Oh, I take less damage from it. Not I'm immune to it. Okay. No, that was pointless. Vaughn. Alright, Heinrichs. Take him out. Inquisitor's doing his job. Well, he's not an Inquisitor. He's an Inquisitor in training. There's one dude left down there. Can we shoot him? Not with Vaughn. That we could have Argenta go. Boxmaster Vigdis. Lord Captain? The Boxmaster's voice shakes traitorously. I received a report that the shooting on the lower deck had stopped. I presume you have brought the situation under control, waiting further instruction. I eliminated the problem. Neither Itera nor the ghost of the departed Theodora will trouble us again. See to it that the bodies on the lower deck are disposed of. For a moment, the airwaves are filled with something that sounds somewhat like breathing, somewhat like ordinary interference. Of course, Lord Captain. I'm still not pleased with the... Wow. Is all of her stuff just, like, gone? Not happy that we killed Itera. Though I can't say that I hadn't considered the possibility of having to kill her at some point. Again, she is a unsanctioned psyker on the heretical spectrum. Not exactly an ideal fit for a very heavily dogmatic party. Why are their voices so far away? Instead of the regular symbols and numbers, the screen displays slanted script, almost resembling handwriting in an unknown language. There's the way back up. Missing anything here? Do we really lose all her gear? Wow. Why does she not have a corpse? That sucks because I kind of wanted to either respec somebody or hire a... Well, we could probably make one of our other dudes a sniper to fill her combat role, but all the stuff we had her kitted out with is gone, so perhaps not. Well, I think we are now down to an almost entirely dogmatic party. I think Abelard is iconoclast, at least to some degree. But everybody else is dogmatic. And we killed Jai before this. That was just because she told us that she'd had dealings with Xenos. Idra summoned warp entities onto our ship.
To what do I owe this visit?
Again, in a different kind of game, I would have easily forgiven her for any of that. Usually prioritize keeping companions around over everything. But I am trying to actually roleplay Vaughn here. His position was always that he would keep her around until she proved not worth keeping around. Heinrichs. Sort of want to respec Heinrichs. I'm not super happy with how he's turned out here. Or we might just leave him. I don't know. I really would prefer to bring him over someone like Grigori. See, we could make Till here a sniper. But again, we lost all of our good sniper gear. So probably not worth it to do that. Grigori here, though, he's got flamer stuff. Could use him. I really want a ranged fighter, though. part of why I don't really want to keep Heinrichs as he is. Because if we are using him, I'd almost like him to be more... I don't know. Maybe focus more on his psychic powers. We have a lot of Xeno's weapons here. Nobody can use them, though. Wearer gains perception bonus to dodge until the start of the next turn for each enemy affected by their psychic powers or psych or staff attacks. No, I'm glad Itera's trauma has been healed. I don't know where we respec people. Was that something this guy did? Training. Alright, it's past 10, but I am, due to this sudden shakeup in our party composition, I'm going to respec... What? Oh, he starts here, huh? I'm going to respec Heinrichs here. And then I'll wrap up for the night. So this is just going to be a bit of me going through all his talents and stuff. So I don't blame you if you don't want to stick around for that. I'm probably not going to read a lot of this out loud either. Actually, you know what? Probably makes more sense for me to just wrap up here. And then I'll do all this off stream. That'll work out better. I'll show off what I set him up with next time. Let's save before I do that. Yes. Okay. Wonderful. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so that all happened. Ugh. I did really like Itera. Having her around was always helpful too. There was a number of times where she suddenly had heard the voices and alerted us to combats. But I guess we'll have to replace her with Heinrichs. I was worried at first about Heinrichs because early on I was thinking we were going to be more iconoclastic, less dogmatic. And I worried that being a member of the Inquisition, he wouldn't be okay with some of the things we did. But his Inquisitor explicitly told us that we could kind of do what we wanted and be pardoned for it. And Heinrich's is proven to be fairly chill. So we'll build him up nice and start taking him with us. Yeah. Can't think of too much else. Got our first colony started. That's been kind of cool. Eager to see what other planets. It seems like the projects that you build there have a lot of stuff that's tailored specifically to the planet in question, which is neat. It's not just like generic upgrades for each one. So that's pretty cool. I like that too, because it means if you do other playthroughs, you could build your colonies in different ways and kind of give them a different story each playthrough. That's neat. But yeah, other than that, I think I'm good for the night. I have been giving some consideration to maybe taking a break from Rogue Trader and Monster Hunter, since I've been playing them for several weeks in a row now, and they're long games. I mean, this one, I feel like we're still just getting started here. We just learned how colony development works and how to trade. So I feel like we have a lot more ahead here. So I might take a break and play some other stuff for maybe a couple weeks or something. I haven't decided which games. I'll probably just pick something I'm interested in and play it for a bit, and then get an idea of maybe how long we might go with that. And then we'll come back to this. I'll be very eager to get back to this and Monster Hunter. But yeah, so I'm not sure. We might not actually play this next week or the week after. Or I might do something where I play a bit of them on the weekends or something earlier in the day. So at least we're making some progress during the week. Maybe just one or two streams. I don't know. Haven't decided yet. Just giving a heads up. But if not, we'll be back with both next week. So, anywho. Yeah, that's going to be it for me tonight. So thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you next time. Bye.